We also did about how to write topic, purpose, right? And of any brochure, right? And how to develop ideas, right? Developing ideas, who, what, where, okay? So I recommend everyone to Bahauddin and Imran. Have you done the homework from yesterday? Bahauddin, are you there? Bahauddin? Imran, are you there? Okay, why is everyone unmuted? Not muted. Okay. Bahauddin, can you please unmute? We are in class, we have to do. Bahauddin? Bahauddin, are you there? Sister Bahauddin is not responding, I don't know today. Oh, Bahauddin left? Okay, so we will just do grade 7 math today. So Haika, any difficulty of dividing decimals? Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. So did you post the homework for this? Can you do this question? What is this saying? Can you read it? Haika, can you read question number 28?
Okay. Write the student score as a percent.
Yeah, as percent. So which student got the highest score? Okay. So what do you think? First, we have to do the calculation. So 9 over 10 is just gonna be. What is the percentage? What is this percentage? What do you think? 9 over 10 times 100 is what?
I know. It would be 1,000. 100 times 10.
Wait, no. I'm doing this, sorry. Let's read this. It's a fraction, 9 over 10 times 100. So you have to consider the 100 over 1, like this. So first of all, I would get rid of the zeros, okay? Because there's 1 0 at the bottom, 1 0 at the top, so you can get rid of them. Now I can do 9 times 10, which is 90, right? So my percentage is 90%. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. .85 is what? percentage, you have to multiply by 100. So 0.85 times 100, you have to just move it to 2 zeros like this. This is where the decimal will go. So 85.0, but you can just write 85, okay? Make sense?
Yes.
So it's 85. What about 19 over 20? Can you do the calculation? 19 over 20 just means
Okay.
19 divided by 20.
So 19 divided by 20?
Yes.
Okay. 19 divided by 20 is 0.95.
Okay. So 9. Yep, good. So 0.95. So if I get 0.95, I have to convert it to percentage, right? So I have to times it by 100. So I just move it to the 2 zeros, and this is where my decimal will end up, 95.0. But I can just write 95. And 0.9. So what is 0.9 going to be?
0.9?
Yeah.
So you would.
What is happening here? The water is down.
Times it by 100, right?
Okay.
And what do I get? You have to consider it like this. When you times it by 100, you go from the decimal to 2 places. So this is where my new decimal will be. So 90.0, which is just 90, right? Okay, so now I have this. So which is the highest score, do you think? Who got scored the highest? Dennis, right?
Yes.
And who is the lowest score?
Ali.
Alvis, right? Okay. Alva scored so okay. So Eva scored between Dennis and Callie's right two possible scores. Okay. So uh so okay, Callie had scored 90 and Dennis scored 95. So what score can be like in between? What do you think? In between. So basically, what are they saying? 90 plus 95 over 2, right? Because you're taking the average, right? It's between, right?
Yes.
So then we're going to take the estimate, right? So what is 90 plus 95?
90 plus 95 is 185.
Yes. And then now you do the division. So what is 185 divided by 2? 2 times what gives you 18? Aika?
Okay, that would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
So the minute Alvin had is on which number? Abdulaziz Shah? 6, 7, 8. Right, Abdulaziz Shah? Yes.
Okay, that'd be 9. 2 times 9 gives you 18.
Yes. Okay. And then 5, you bring the 5 down. 2 times what gives you 5?
4 would be closest to 2 times 2.
And then you get 4 and then you add a decimal. Okay, so then it would be 92.5, right?
Yes.
What number is closer to 92.5? It could be 92 or 93, right?
14:45.
Right.
Latest clock, everyone.
Okay, so I'm just gonna erase it. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so we're doing question number 6 now. I'm sorry, chapter number 6 now. Okay, which is proportionals and relationships. So topics can be covered as ratios. An equivalent ratio of 2 ratio 5 is 4:10. And then rates is Oscar runs 900 meters in 5 minutes. His running speed is 180 meter per minute. Okay, that's a rate. Okay, so it's like per meter per centimeter per hour, meter per second, right? These are all rates, okay? Like the speed, okay? Okay, so find the ratios to describe the quantities. Okay, 1. What does it say? Can you read, Haika?
Okay. Find the ratios to describe the qualities.
Okay, find the ratios to describe the quantities. 1 is saying on the desk there are 5 markers, 7 pens, and 6 pencils. So how many markers to pens? How many pens are they?
7.
Yes, so and they're saying markers are 5. So that means you're gonna have a 5:7, okay?
Okay.
And what about pens to pencils?
That would be 5 to 6. No, 7 to 6.
7:6, good. So I'm gonna write 7:6. And the markers to all? How
5.
many are there in total?
In total, there'd be 13.
So 5
So
plus
it's
7
5 to
is
15.
no, but we have to add all markers
Oh,
and
okay.
then put all the like basically
18.
Okay, so 7 plus 6 is
13.
13. Yes, good. 18. So 5 to 18 is the answer. Okay. Question number 2 is saying in the fridge there are 6 limes, 2 lemons, and 10 oranges. Aya, can you tell me how many limes are 2 lemons? Aya? Aya, are you there? Aya? Okay, so Haika, can you tell me
Yes.
how many limes are there 2 lemons?
6 to 2.
Okay.
The second one is 6 to 10.
What is it?
And the third one is 10 to 6 to 18.
Okay, good. So lemons, you said 6 to 2, and then limes to oranges, 6 to 10, and oranges to all. It was 10 to how many?
2.
Yeah, good. Okay, so find the equivalent ratios. So 1 ratio 3, and then you have to multiply by 2, 1 by 2 to find the equivalent, right? And 3, you also be multiplying. Same thing for the fraction. So you know how we said 1 ratio 3? This just means 1 over 3, okay? You understand? So we had to multiply 1 by 2, and then we also multiplied 3 by 2 to find the equivalent. Same thing here. We multiply 1 by 2 and the 3 by 2. Make sense? Haika? Do you understand, Aya? Haika? Aya, Haika? Haika, do you understand? Haika? I'm not hearing.
So yes.
Do you understand what I explained? I said 1 ratio to 3 is basically the same thing as 1 over 3, okay? So you know how when we did the equivalent fraction, we multiplied top and bottom by 2? Same thing here. We have to multiply the 1 by 2 and the 3 by 2. Make sense?
Yes.
So what is 1 times 2?
2.
Yeah, and what is 3 times 2?
6.
Yeah, this is our answer. What about for 3? You find the equivalent, so it already gave you a 3, but you have to find, it's like you can divide it by 3 to find its original number, right? Basically. So what is 3 divided by 3?
3 divided by 3.
Yeah.
That is quarter past.
Top and bottom, basically the first and the second, you have to divide it by the same number. So 3 divided by 3 is?
3 divided by 3 is 1.
And 9 divided by 3 is?
9 divided by 3 is 3.
Okay. So 1 ratio 3, blank and a blank are ratio. So 1 ratio 3, and what we learned? 3 ratio 9. And what else we learned? 2 ratio 6, right? Are equivalent ratios. Make sense? Aika, do you understand? We got 2,
Yes.
6 here, so all these are equivalent, okay?
Okay.
So can you do question number 4 for me?
Make a plot.
Okay.
Aya, are you there? Aya, you never have your mic unmuted. That I don't understand why. You're supposed to have it unmuted, huh? Aya? Aya, are you there? Okay, Haika, what did you get?
So do we get?
It shouldn't take you that long. It's only 1 or 2 minute question. So it's 4 ratio 3. You have to multiply it by what first number they multiplied it with? What did they multiply the 4 to get 8? Like in the answer. Here?
Times 2.
Yeah. What about, and then what do you have to do the other number? What do you have to multiply with?
2.
Yes. So what do you get? 3 times
6.
2? 6. Yeah, that is my answer. Okay, so these are some questions to practice. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Write 2 equivalent ratios for each. Okay. 10 to 15 is what? You can divide it by two numbers? 3, right? No, not 3. So 5, right? Make sense?
Yes.
So 10 divided by 5 will give you?
10 divided by 5 will give me 2.
2. And what about 15 divided by 5?
15 divided by 5?
Yes. Yeah, 15, this number, the second number, 15
Okay.
divided.
That's 3.
Yeah, so 2:3 is my equivalent ratio. Okay, what about 9 and 6?
So you'd multiply by
Okay, what we are doing right now, we are not doing the homework now.
6?
No, 9 and 6. Then we have to find its original ratio, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's the original like ratio, because this is like this is already showing you the equivalent ratio that was multiplied. So you have to go backward. So where's 9
okay.
ratio 6? Like, what is the like what can it be, both numbers be divided by? Think of it like this: 9/6. What two numbers can you divide 9 by and 3 by?
Does it have to equal the same number?
No, different number, but it can be divided, right? Like there's a possibility there's one number that can divide both of them, right?
That's
Which
3.
one? 3, right?
Yeah.
So 9 divided by 3 is what?
3.
And 6 divided by 3 is?
2.
So that means my ratio is 3:2, okay?
Okay.
So when you have 9:6, if you want to calculate, you can write it 9/6, okay? Then you can find it. Okay, what about 4:8? What is 4:8?
Okay, so we first have to divide them by a number that they both can do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be 2 because 4 divided by 2 equals 2. Then 8 divided by 2 equals 4.
Yeah, do you think they can further be more simplified? Is 2 a timetable or something that 4 is also a timetable of? Haika?
Yes.
Yes, so is 2 a timetable of something that 4 is also a timetable of?
Yes.
I was simplifying it, right?
Yes.
What is it a timetable of?
2.
Yeah, 2 again, right? So 2 divided by 2 is?
2 divided by 1.
1. And 4 divided by 2 is?
2.
Good. So that means 1 and 2. I could write 2 and 4, but I'm using the simpler one, right? So 1 on 2, okay? Make sense? Okay. Can you do question 14 for me, Aika? Aika, can you do question 14?
Okay. We times this one?
No, this is also a timetable of something, right? Like you can see they're big numbers, right? So they can be, you can try dividing it by some number. It's a timetable. 6 is also a timetable of some same number, and something 15 is also a timetable. Which number is that one?
Uh,
So it's not a timetable of 2 because 6 is a timetable of 2, like 2 times 3, but 15 is not. So let's check out 3. Do you think 3 is a timetable of both numbers? Aika?
let me calculate that. Yes, because 15 divided by 3 is 5, and then 6 divided by 3 is 2.
Yes. So 2 over 5. So that means that's my ratio. Okay? Good. So like now you have to do 14 by question number 14 by 15 by yourself. Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, so Haika, did you get the answer?
Almost.
It's been over 2 minutes, so we have to move on. So Haika, tell me what you got a little bit, like roughly.
So I got that I had to divide the 14 by 2, got 7, then divided the 8 with 2 and I got 4.
Yeah, so that's right. 7:4. Okay. Do what the boy says, then answer the question, okay? 4 balls in 1 pail. So write the ratios to the pail, then match the equal ratio by writing letters in the circle, okay? 4 balls in 1 pail. What do you think is the ratio? How many balls to pails? Haika?
Yes.
How many balls to pail in the first one? A.
4 balls.
So how am I gonna write the ratio? 4 ratio to Haika?
Yes.
Yes, so what's the ratio? 4 balls in 1 pail, right? So 4 ratio
Yes.
2? 4 ratio?
1.
Yes, good. So I'm going 4 and 1, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I have to match the equivalent, so I can't write it yet. So what about 20 balls in 6? What's the ratio?
20 to 6.
20 to 6, but I have to simplify it, right? Because this is a big number. So what about doing the division thing? So what is 20 by can be divided by, and 6 can also be divided by what number?
Let me try 2.
Yes, 2. Let's try 2. So 20 divided by 2 is
10.
10, and 6 divided by 2 is
3.
So that means I'm gonna write here is 10 ratio 3. 10 balls in 5 pails. Ten balls in 5 pails. Okay. So what number can 10 be divided by, and 5 can also be divided by? Haika?
Let me find out.
Aya, are you there? Aya?
Not really getting 5.
Yeah, 5. Let's try doing 5, right? Top and bottom. So 10 divided by 5 is?
10 divided by 5.
Yes.
Oh wait, 10 divided by 5. 2.
2, and then 5 divided by 5 is?
1.
1. So 2 ratio 1. Okay, what about 10 balls in 3 pails? Can I do that? What's the ratio gonna be first? D. 10 ratio?
Let me calculate that. Okay, so it's 3 divided by 3, which is 1. Then 10 divided by 3 is...
You
Wait.
can't do that, right? They're not
Yeah,
a
no.
number.
That
So
doesn't
just
work.
leave it. Let's just leave it 10 ratio 3, okay?
Okay.
It won't give you a whole number. We need whole numbers, okay? So
Okay.
what about 2 balls in 1 pail? What's the ratio gonna be? Let's first try doing the ratio. 2 balls, right? And then what's the other number going to be? Haika?
One.
Yes, good. Yes, good. That's the max we can do, right? So we can leave it like that. Now,
Okay.
8 balls in 2 pails. So let's write the ratio. 8 balls in 2 pails. Can this be divided by some number? Yes, right? Because it's a big number. So let's do
2. It goes with 2. So 2 divided by 2 is 1, and then 8 divided by 2 is 4.
yes. So 4:1, right? So we can write that as 4:1. Okay, now which one are equivalent? Which two do we have equivalent?
Yes.
So which are the same like numbers we calculated just now? So the same two numbers we got
A.
for, yeah, we have
It
more
was
than one.
also it was A, D, E.
Yeah. So the ratios were 2 and 1, and there was one ratio we found the same was 4 and 1, and the other ratio we found the same for one more than one of the balls, right? 2 pails were 10 to 3. So these are the 3, right?
Right.
So we got them, okay? Okay, find the areas to the shapes. So find the area. So what is one of the length is 8 meters. Okay, and they gave you the ratio, which was 4:3. So they're saying one should be 8. Okay. So what they did was that they multiplied this by some number. What was that? 2. So now we have to find this number. We don't know the other length, right? So we're gonna also multiply that by 2, and we'll get 6, right? Makes sense. So the other length missing is 6 meters. Okay. So the length width is gonna be 8 to 6. Okay. It's gonna be 8 to 6. Make sense?
Yes.
Make sense? Okay. So this is a worksheet I will give you guys for the homework for grade 7. So you can do that. So we already did some of them. So I just want you to do this question. Okay, so I posted your assignment. Okay, Haika. So you and Aya can work on the math assignment.
Okay.
Okay. Meanwhile, Bahauddin can do English. Okay, Bahauddin, I think we have less time for English. But just do a little bit. Okay, Bahauddin, can you read this? Develop and organizing ideas.
Developing and organizing ideas. Once you have generated preliminary ideas for your text, the next steps are to further develop your ideas, research for information, and then organize the information to create a clear and coherent text.
Okay, developing ideas. Can you read this, Bahauddin, as well?
Developing ideas, identifying the topic, purpose, and audience, as well as answering the SW and
The
H
5 W's.
questions.
5 W. There's 5
Well,
W's.
The 5 W's and H questions will lay a foundation for your writing and help you focus your research.
Okay, topic is dog adoption. Okay, what is the purpose? To persuade audience, dog lovers, and dog owners. Okay, so what is the 5 W's and H questions? Who is dogs from shelters? Okay, that's what they're referring to. They're referring to the topic is for the dogs, right? Like the dog adoption. So they're referring to dogs from shelters and specifically. And what they're saying is dogs living in shelters have been abandoned. That's what they're saying. And then well, that's what the writer is trying to persuade. Okay. And then where is the location? So that there are dog shelters everywhere. Check a map to find your local dog shelters. Okay, and when can you adopt them? Okay, is the question. So when you can adopt a dog now, that is his pressing issue as more and more end up in shelters today. And why today dogs deserve love and proper care. How can you adopt? So to adopt a dog, go to your local dog shelter. Make sense? That's how they are convincing people who are dog lovers to adopt a dog. Okay, makes sense? Okay, Bahauddin, can you read this? Researching?
Researching, there are many resources, both print and electronic, that you can use to find information.
Yeah, so there's two ways, print and online. So books and about adoption, dog adoption, local newspapers for news about dog shelters are like given in like articles, newspapers, right? And there's some are online, so websites of dog shelters, information on websites about dogs, blogs, and dog owners, right, are given online. So another research strategy is to interview someone who has knowledge of your topic. For the topic dog adoption, you can interview staff members or dog shelters to get more information. Okay? Organizing ideas. After getting all of your relevant information, you must recognize it. Making an outline is an effective way to organize ideas and information. Okay? Choose a topic, identify the purpose and audience. Then answer the 5 W's and 5 H questions. Okay? So the question is for your homework is to write a topic using the use of renewable energy, the importance of it, deforestation, and endangered species. Okay? So you have to talk about something.
I already know what I can say, teacher.
You already know how to answer this?
Yes.
Okay. You don't want to write it down?
No, can I say it to you verbally?
Okay, but we don't have enough time, right? So I think we have to do it for homework, okay?
We have 12 minutes left.
Yeah, but we're gonna do math as well, right? Okay, Bahauddin. Okay, this is for homework, okay? Only 1-2 sheet I'm giving you for homework, so you gotta tell about the renewable energy, okay? And its effects on recycling, right? Okay, so were you able to do yesterday's homework? Any problem?
No problems, teacher.
Okay, let's do this question then. 9, a basket contains 150 apples. 30 of the apples are red, and how many apples are not red? Okay, so what are they saying? They're saying 30% of apples are red. So if 30% are red and you have total apples are 150, how many are not red? Okay, so that means what we can do is 150 times 0.3 will give you the like how many are remaining. Okay, so 70%, that is like that is going to be 30% of the apple are red, so how many are not red? So right now we have 70% that remaining, so we have to know exactly how many apples are not red. Okay, so in quantity. Okay, that's why we know the percentage, but they're not asking for the percentage, they're asking for how many. So that's why we have to do the multiplication. So we're gonna do, we know 70% of apples are not red, so we have to multiply by 0.7. Okay, so let's just do this by 7. So 0 times 7 is going to be,
The answer is A, teacher.
A. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's see 150 times 7 over 10. So I get rid of the 0. 7 times 15 is gonna give me 3105, right? Good. Okay.
Here I use the method you divide 150 by 10 and you count what is 15 times 7, 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90, 105. So that's how I got the answer.
Oh, okay. So you divided by 150. Okay. Good. Mashallah. So that's good. And then 10 is, what is this? 10. 24 over 100?
The answer is 72, I think.
72. Okay. So 24 over 100. If you don't have something missing, you can label as X, okay? And then you can multiply it, cross multiply, okay? There's something called cross multiply. So then the 10 times X goes on this side, and then the 24 times 300 goes on this side. So what is 300 times 24? That is, can you do it for me, Bahauddin?
300 times 24?
Yeah.
It is, I think it's 7,200.
Yes, so 7,200. So 7,200 equals to 10x, and now I have to bring this 10 to that side, so it's multiplying on this side with the x, so I can divide it on this side. So this side goes and it goes divided. Okay, and then I divide both sides, so this side just stays x. And this side, I get rid of the 0, so I get 720 as my answer. Okay, so 720 as my answer. Okay, 1 second. So they're saying then x is, okay, wait, 1 second. 10. Oh yeah, this was 100, sorry. Forgot this one. So then we get rid of another 0 if this was 100. That means my answer is 72. Okay, good. Okay, what is 80% of 120? Bahauddin?
96.
So you did okay, you got 96. So you multiplied it by 0.8, right? So basically 80% is over 100 is you crossed 1 0, right? And with this, and then 1 0 with the 80, and then you're left with 12 times 8, so you multiplied it. So you got 96, right? As answer. Right, Bahauddin?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Barry gets 70% on test. If the test is out of 25, what is the mark Barry gets?
C.
Okay, C. So 7. How did you do it?
I divided it by 10, so it would be 2.5. Then I did 2.5 times 3 because he's missing 30%, and 2.5 times 3 is 7.5. So 7.5 minus 25 is 17.5.
Okay. So yes, so you minus, okay. So after you got this, so 70% on a test. The test is out of 25. You don't know what it is out of, right? What mark did Barry get? Okay, so we don't know the mark. So we know that 70% on a test, 100, right? So 70 over 100. So that means 100x, right? And then 70 times 25 gives you 35. Then times the 0 with the 14. That gave you 1755. 1755. Okay, so 1755. So divided by 100 will give you 117.55, right? So that's 17.5. Okay, good. Okay, write each group of number 14. Question 14, write each group of numbers in order from least to greatest. So Bahauddin, how can you write them?
Okay, let's see. So we have 0.15, 35, 3 out of 25, and 2 out of 5. So,
Let's just convert them to decimal, right, first?
okay.
3 divided by 25 is what?
3 divided by 25 is
0.1.
12%, I think.
Yes.
So the least is 3 out of 25.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the least is that. And then what about 2 divided by 5? What is that? Can I give you? I'm sorry, 5 divided by 2. Yeah, that's so that's gonna give you 0.4.
It's gonna be 40, I think.
Yeah, 40. So that means your least is going to be this one, number 1, And the second one is going to be 0.35, which is 0.15, which is this. And then third is 0.35, and fourth is the 0.40. So how are you going to write it? 3/25. You got to write it in the original form, right? So 3/25, then 0.15, then 35%, and then you have 2/5. Okay. So the best way is like convert it to decimal, because that way you can see the difference, right, in the fraction, the by decimal. Okay, can you do one more question? 15.
Okay. So we have 17 out of 23 out of 4, 0.73 and 82%. Let's start with 17 out of 20.
Yeah.
So I think 17 out of 20 should be 85%.
Okay. Let's see. 20 times 8 is 16. Yes, 10. Yes, good. So 0.85.
Okay, so from the least is 0.73.
0.73. Okay, let's see. 3/4 is what?
3
0.7.
over 4 is 0.75.
Okay, so the least is 0.73. Okay, we write that 0.73. Then the second least is 3/4, right? Right. And what's the third one, Bahauddin?
The third one is 82%.
Third one is 82%, and then the third one is 17/20. Okay, good. Okay, so you guys want to go on the break for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Okay. And we'll meet exactly at 11. Okay, so don't go away because it's be in class. Okay, don't leave. Okay. Okay, assalamu alaikum everyone. So let's start with social study. Science. Okay. So eclipses. Okay. Okay. So Haika, can you read?
Sure. If science weren't around to tell you what it is when the eclipse scare you, ancient people could not protect eclipse and didn't know when one would end or even that it would end. Rituals to persuade the sun or moon to return into its normal state were developed and they seemed to work because the heavens always return to normal after an eclipse.
Yeah. Okay. Solar eclipse. Bahauddin, can you read?
Solar eclipse. A solar eclipse occurs when the new moon passes directly between the Earth and the sun figure below. This casts a shadow on the Earth and blocks Earth's view of the sun.
Okay. Continue, Bahauddin. There more. A total.
Occurs when the moon shadow blocks the sun figure below. When only a portion of the sun is out of view, it is called a partial solar eclipse.
Okay. Aya, can you read solar eclipses? Aya? Don't know. Aya, can you read? Okay, I don't know. I don't think Aya is in the classroom. I don't know. Aya, are you there? Okay, Haika, can you continue reading solar eclipses?
Solar eclipses are rare and usually only last a few minutes because the moon casts only a small shadow.
Okay.
As
Continue.
the sun is covered by the moon's shadow, it will actually get cooler outside. Birds may begin to sing and stars will become visible in the sky. During a solar eclipse, the coronal and solar plexus can be seen. A solar eclipse occurs when the moon passes between Earth and the sun in such a way that the sun is either partially or totally hidden from view. Some people, some scientists, catch eclipses all over the world to learn or just observe this amazing phenomenon.
Okay, Bahauddin, can you read lunar eclipse?
A lunar eclipse occurs when the full moon moves through Earth's shadow, which only happens when Earth is between the moon and the sun, and all three are lined up in the same plane called the ecliptic figure below. In an eclipse, Earth's shadow has two distinct parts, the umbra and the penumbra. The umbra is the inner cone-shaped part of the shadow in which all of the light has been blocked. The penumbra is the outer part of Earth's shadow where only part of the light is blocked. In the penumbra, the light is dimmed but not totally absent.
Okay. Haika, can you read a total lunar eclipse? Haika?
Yes.
Yes, can you
A
continue?
total lunar eclipse occurs when the moon travels completely in Earth's umbra. During a particular lunar eclipse, only a portion of the moon enters Earth's umbra. Earth's shadow is large enough that a lunar eclipse lasts for hours and can be seen by any part of Earth. Within view of the moon at the time of the eclipse, a lunar eclipse does not occur every month because moon's orbit is inclined 5 degrees to Earth's orbit, so the two bodies are not in the same place every month.
Okay, summary is during a solar eclipse, a new moon passes between Earth and Sun. During a lunar eclipse, the full moon moves through Earth's shadow, and then the umbra is the part of the shadow in which light is completely blocked, and penumbra is the part of the shadow that is partially lit. So what happens during solar eclipse? These are some questions you have to do for the homework, and also watch the video, because the moon has different phases. So during the solar eclipse, you have to write what had happened, and during the lunar eclipse, what happens. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we will be doing social studies. Okay, I have posted the science assignment so you guys can work on it at homework. Okay, form of business organizations. Can you read Haika?
Okay. Forms of business organization. These are three forms of business organization that exist in the United States today. Sole proprietorships, partnership, and corporation. Each business type has both advantages and disadvantages, and all three make a free market economic highly competitive and provide a vast area of products and services, but businesses can grow and merge horizontally or vertically and evolve into conglomerates or multinationals. As businesses expand, they can provide additional jobs, including new technology, generate change, and produce tax goods. Additional organizations such as nonprofit, corporative, professional institution, and the government play a role within the economy as well.
Okay. So universal generation, the type of business ownership reflects the need of the business owner. And then there are advantages and disadvantages for each type of business ownership that can create the free enterprise system. And there's businesses, they may be organized into individual proprietorships, partnerships, or corporations. So there are different forms of organizations. Some business are partnership, like there more than one person that had owned the business. And then there's individual proprietorship businesses, and there's corporations. Okay, so types of business organizations. Okay, Bahawaddin, can you read?
Okay, teacher. Types of business organizations. There are three forms of business organization in the United States: sole proprietorship, partnership, corporation. Each type of business has advantages and disadvantages. The most common form of business organization is a sole proprietorship. This is a business owned and operated by one person. This type of business organization is not only the most profitable, but also the most numerous. A sole proprietorship is extremely easy to start, and anyone can create a sole proprietorship. If you have an idea or an opportunity, you too could begin your own business simply by deciding to go into business. This type of business is easy to manage since you are the boss. The business owner also may keep all of the profit so long as he or she assumes all of the risk. In addition, proprietors do not have to pay any special taxes. Simply pay the tax on the income brought in from the business. Wanting to take charge and make the important decisions are the main reasons people choose to start a sole proprietorship. They want to be the boss and do things their own way. Whether the sole
Okay, good. Jazakallah khair. Okay. Aika, can you read from whether the sole proprietorships?
Okay.
The first line in the beginning, top.
Okay.
Okay.
Whether the sole should succeed or fails, it is up to the teach. If, however, the business is not everything the party hope it would be, he or she may close the business. There are a few disadvantages to this type of business. The main concern is the liability of the personal responsibility and the priority assumed. The liability suggests that the owner is 100% responsible for the debts and obligation of the company. The priority.
Okay, sorry, I don't know. 1 second. Is someone unmuted or is it coming from?
I was just talking right now.
Okay, wait. Okay, so whether the sole, okay, we were on.
The liability suggests that the owner is 100% responsible for the debts and obligation of the company. The priority will be side responsibility for the company. It is up to the owner to carry capital when necessary through bank loans or other obligations, unless the business is incorporated. To protect the priority, he or she can be sued by other individual or business. In addition, the sole priority must hire, retain, and give incentive to employees. Keep an inventory, manage the business, attract additional employees, and consider if the business should continue if he or she leaves the company.
Okay, the next most popular type of business found in the new enterprise economy is a partnership. right? A partnership is generally a business owned by two or more people. Generally, partnerships are often found among doctors and lawyers and or other businesses. Whether the startup cost may be prohibitive or for just one person. There are two types of partnerships: general and limited. A general partnership exists where all of the partners share the responsibility for all the aspects of businesses. A limited partnership is when one of the more partners do not participate in the business at all, but are instead financial partners or silent partners. They benefit when the business does well, but are only liable for what they contributed to the partnership financially. A limited partnership can protect those partners from being held liable for the business debts. Some positive aspect of a partnership: it is easy to start up with partnership agreement. It is easy to manage specific aspects of the partnership are agreed to in the partnership paperwork. There are no special taxes. It can easily attract investors. It is somewhat more efficient than a sole proprietorship, and business may be able to hire additional employees. The main disadvantage of this type of business is that partners are responsible for each other's acts. If one partner takes all the money and runs off, then the other partner is still liable for that partner's action and the debts incurred by the partner. The partnership is limited in terms of its life. When one partner leaves or dies, the partnership is no longer valid and the company changes. The name may still be the same, but because new partners may be added to the partnership, the business itself may change. The third type of company that forms a free market system is corporation. This is very large business and that has an entirely different structure compared to a sole proprietorship or partnership. A corporation is a very formal legal arrangement. In order to take your partnerships or sole proprietorships to this level, the company has to ask permission from the national and state governments to incorporate. Its motion is granted. The company can become public by selling off shares of the company to raise revenue. Otherwise, it may be a private company with no shareholders. The main strength of the corporation is that it is considered a legal entity. It has all of the rights and responsibilities that an individual has. It can sue and can be sued. It can enter into legal contracts. It can file for bankruptcy. Besides the legal status. The new advantage of a corporation is with which it may raise revenue for the company. It has the ability to borrow from banks or it can sell off shares of its stocks. Okay? So there's some advantages and there's some disadvantages. I recommend you to read over them. Okay? And corporate. So there's something that we had: corporate stock and public firms. So can Heike read a corporation?
Corporation, stock, and public firms. Corporation is a business that incorporates
Yes.
that is owned by shareholders that have limited ability for the debt of the company, but shares in profits and losses. Corporations may be private or public, and may or may not have stock in public traded. They may have raised funds of their corporations or newer investments by raising capital through the sale of stock and issuance of bonds.
Okay. Those who buy the stock become the owners or shareholders of the firm. Stock represents ownership of a firm. That is a person who owns 100% of the company stock. By definition, owns the entire company. The stock of a company is divided into shares. Corporation giants like IBM, AT&T, Ford, General Electric, Microsoft, Merck, Exxon have millions of shares of stock. In most large, well-known firms, no individual owns a majority of the shares of the stock. Instead, large number of shareholders, even those who hold thousands of shares, each have only a small slice of the overall ownership of the firm. When a company is owned by a large number of shareholders, there are three questions to ask. How and when does the company get money from the sale of its stock? What rate of return does the company promise to pay when it sells stock? Who makes decisions in a company owned by a large number of shareholders? First, a firm receives money from the sale of its stock only when company sells its own stock to the public. The public includes individual mutual funds, insurance companies, and pension funds. A firm's first sale of stock to the public is called an initial public offering. The IPO is important for two reasons. For one, IPO and any stock issued thereafter, such as stock held as treasury stock, shares that a company keeps in their own treasury, or new stock issued later as a secondary offering, provides the funds to repay the early stage investors, like an angel investor and a venture capital firm. A venture capital firm may have 40% of ownership in the firm. When the firm sells stocks, the venture capital firm sells its part ownership of their firm to the public. A second reason for the importance of the IPO is that it provides the established company with financial capital for substantial expansion of its operations. Most of the time, when a corporate stock is bought and sold, however, the firm receives no financial return at all. If you buy shares of stock in General Motors, you may almost certain buy from them the current owner of those shares, and General Motors does not receive any of your money. This pattern should not seem particularly odd. After all, if you buy a house, the current owner gets your money, not the original builder of the house. Similarly, when you buy shares of stock, you are buying a small slice of ownership of the firm from the existing owner, and that firm that originally issued the stock is not a part of its transaction. So you guys understand what it's saying? It's like, okay, even if you own, like if you're buying a home from the real estate agent or something, you're paying the majority of money is going to that person, not the builder of the home, right? Makes sense? So second is when a firm decides to issue stock, it must recognize that investors will expect to receive a rate of return. Okay, the rate of return can come in two forms. A firm can be direct payment to its shareholders called a dividend. Alternatively, a financial investor might buy a share of stock in Walmart for $45 and then later sell it for stock to someone else for $60 for a gain of $15. The interest in the value of stock or asset between its bought when it's sold is called capital gain. So usually people make money off some products, like for example, when you're selling a phone, you bought it for $100, but you sell it for $200. You make a profit of you make a capital gain of $100, right? This is called capital gain. Okay, makes sense. Okay. How firms choose between sources of financial capital. There are clear patterns in how businesses raise financial capital. These patterns can be explained in terms of imperfection. Information is a situation where buyers and sellers in markets do not have full equal information. Those who are actually running a firm will always and almost have more information about whether the firm is likely to earn profits in the future than outside investors who provide financial capital. Okay. So can you read Bahauddin, any young startup? Bahauddin,
Okay, yes, teacher.
can you read the first line on the top? Any young?
Any young startup firm is a risk. Indeed, some.
Indeed, some. Bahauddin, are you there?
Yes, teacher. I'm
Indeed.
here.
Yes, indeed, some startup.
Startup firms are only a little more than idea on paper. The firm's founders inevitably have better information about how hard they are willing to work and whether the firm is likely to succeed than anyone else. When the founders put their own money into the fund, they demonstrate a belief in its prospects. At this early stage, investors and venture capitalists try to overcome the imperfect information, at least in part by knowing the managers and their business plan personally and by giving them advice.
Okay. Haika, can you read government and business regulation?
Government and business regulation. When the United States was established, the idea of the competitive market fee of the government and shows reality. However, since the late 1800s, the reality of truly free market system has slowed evolved into the marketplace. When the government has played an increasingly larger role, the federal government and the state tried to regulate big businesses, corporate interest, and the national grew. The population demanded a certain degree of oversight. Government
Restriction?
restriction and Asian limited the growing power and
Influence?
influence of robber barons, trust and monarchies. By the early 19th, the intervention by the government on the behalf of the population began a trend that has grown exponentially over the last 100 years.
Okay. State governments today realize the importance of major industries and corporations and the impact of those businesses can have on the growth of states' economy, employment, and resources. Both states and local government have made attempts to attract corporations by offering tax breaks and relaxing restrictions. Government benefits when business expands through payrolls, employment opportunities, and better wages for employees. Business benefits when a government offer incentives to relocate or expand. Compared to 100 years ago, business today are under a great deal more scrutiny and face an overabundance of regulations and restrictions on their business practices and treatments of consumers. States can set insurance rates, regulate banks and insurance companies, or determine whether or not a utility company can increase rates on customers and prohibit certain industries from operating if they harm the environment. In general, government and businesses need to each other. Governors and even mayors, like here in El Paso, invite companies to visit in order to try to attract new business opportunities to specific locals. Commercial city chambers of commerce and newspaper advertisements all tout the benefits of relocating. Local governments may even go as far as selling municipal bonds or take on enormous debts to help finance the relocation of a company. When El Paso City Council wanted to bring a AAA baseball club to the downtown area. Okay, so this is a video. Okay, I recommend you guys to watch it. 1 second. It's a short video. Okay, I don't know, maybe. Can you guys hear? Aika, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear.
did you see in 1 minute, like they had shown the difference, like over the years for the video, right? Did you see what was happening? Bahauddin?
They were building structures and stuff.
They were building, like you saw, like what they were building, like they were building a stadium, right? And how they were able to do it. First, they had constructed, slowly, and then they kept building more buildings, right? Infrastructure, and they kept. There was a lot of construction worker going on, like construction going on, right? Right, Bahauddin. So they had to pay probably a lot of. They had to pay a lot of like people, right, to get this stadium built, right? Okay, right. So the stadium owner would be like the business would organization would be only one business. Probably it would be partnered. Probably it was a corporation, or probably it was a partnership, but it had a lot of workers, right, that had been building the stadium, right, and the stage and everything, right, you saw everything was being built. So that took time, but the owner of the is not the what are they trying to explain? The owner of the stadium that is being built by so many people is actually going to be owned by only one person, which is the owner of, like, who started the business, right? Right? So that is what their like essence of what they were trying to explain in the video. Okay, makes sense? Do you guys understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So we were doing forms of organizations. Okay, this is one more types of business organizations we learn. Okay.
I could have sworn.
Okay, so I think there's I will give you this one because this is a little bit
They were given a
longer.
meningitis B.
So let me 1 second. Let me give you this video to watch in the chat. Has anyone done watching the video? Bahauddin? Bahauddin, Haika, have you done watching the video?
Not yet.
Not yet, teacher. Maybe by 11:50 I'll finish watching. Teacher, I put the answer in the chat.
Okay, good job, mashallah. So I will post the TVO Kids assignment on the Google Classroom so you can work for self-study, okay? Haika, can you also post your answer?
Okay.
Teacher, can I leave for break?
Yes, it's break time, so you can leave, inshallah.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How's everybody?
Walaikum assalam, teacher. Alhamdulillah.
You're fine?
Yes, how are you, teacher?
Alhamdulillah bil alameen. I'm okay too. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Why is she inviting me to room 1?
I think
I think it's for you and she has sent it to me.
No, I'm getting it. Okay. Okay, Sister Wafa. Jazakallah khair.
Okay, what is that? Huh? Okay. Okay, inshallah, we completed Surah Nazi'at yesterday, and today we are going to do its review. Okay? Ready? Yes? No? We are ready, teacher? We are not ready,
Yes.
teacher? You have to respond to the teacher, inshallah ta'ala.
I said yes, teacher.
Okay. Open up your books. Do you have the PDF? Yes, it's on the website, right? So you can open it up too, right?
Yes.
Inshallah. Okay. Okay, please say the first page. Why don't who's I think Bahauddin. Yes, Bahauddin. Say أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم and بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Say each word and its translation because it's going to be a revision today.
When Naziati Gharqa, by those angels who pull out the souls of the disbelievers with violence. When Najitati Nashta, by those angels who take out the souls of the disbelievers gently. Wasabi
Of the believers. Of the
believers. Wasabihati Sabha, by those who swim swiftly. Fasabikati Sabkab, and by those angels who press forward in a race. Falmudabbirati Amra, and by those angels who arrange to do the commands of their Lord. Yawma tarjufu rajifa, on the day shakes the trembling one. Tatba'u radifa, follows it the subsequent second blowing of the trumpet. Klubu yawma wajifa,
each word separately. Qulubun, hearts. Yawmaidin, that day. Wajifatun, will beat with fear.
Qulubun, hearts, yawmaizin, that day. Wajifa, will beat with fear. Absaruha, their eyes. Ghashia, will be downcast.
Khashi'atun, will be downcast.
Khashiyatun, will be downcast.
Okay, now somebody else take the turn for the second page. Haika.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
Bismillahirrahman. It's a ha. So say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
الرحمن الرحيم Yaquluna inna
Say yaquluna, they say.
Okay. Yaquluna, they say, inna, shall we indeed, lamarduduna, be returned, il hafirati, to our former state of life, iza kunna, even when we are, ma, bones, khirata, crumbled, kalu, tilka, they say that, iza, then, karatu, would be a return, hasiratu, with loss, fa'isha, lahiya, but only it, sajratu, will be a cry, wahidatu, single,
Can you say
fa'iza,
this one again?
which one?
This one. فَإِنَّمَا هِيَ
فَإِنَّمَا هِيَ, but only it. فَإِذَا, then behold, whom they, be,
No. After فَإِنَّمَا هِيَ, but only it, there is zajratun, will be a cry.
zajratun, will be a cry. Wahida, single. Fa'iza, then behold, whom they,
بِالسَّاهِرَةِ,
bisarira, will be awakened alive after dead. Hal ataka, has there come
هَلْ
to you?
أَتَاكَ,
Hal ataka, has there come to you? Hadisu, the story. Musa, of Moses, is when Nadahu, call him, Rabbuhu, his Lord, Bil Udi, in the valley,
الْوَادِي,
Bilvadi, in the valley,
الْمُقَدَّسِ,
Al-Muqaddasi, sacred, Tawa, of Tawa,
اذهب إلى
Izhab
فرعون
ila Farauna, go to Pharaoh, Nahu Tagha, barely he's transgressed all bounds, Fakul, and say, Hul, is it, Laka, for you, Ila, to, Antar that purify yourself.
Hmm. One second, I'm just going to scroll down the page. Okay, this page, who's going to read this? Who else is in class today? Let me check with the list. Hayaka and Naila, you didn't go to the other group, other breakout room?
I can't.
Why not?
I don't know.
Message Sister Saba. She will send you to the other group. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Bahauddin, you can read this page too because it's just you and Haika in the class.
Okay.
وأهديك
وأهديك and that I guide you إلى ربك to your Lord فتخشى so you should fear him فأراه then he showed him الآية the sign الكبرى great فكذب but he denied وعصى and disobeyed ثم أدبر then he turned his back يسعى striving against Allah Fahashara, then he gathered his people, Fanada, and cried aloud, Faqala Ana, and said, I am Rabbukum, your Lord, Al-Ala, Most High, Fa'akhazahu, so Allah seized him, Nakalla with punishment, Al-Akhirati, for the last, Wala Ula, and the first. Inna verily, Fizalika, in this, La ibaratan is an admonition liman yakhsha for whosoever fears Allah.
Okay, over here there is idgham rule, so you will say liman yakhsha.
Liman yakhsha.
Okay, Haika, you read the next part.
Okay. Ayan,
Antum.
are you shaddu more difficult? Khalqan to create Amissamau or the heaven, Banaha that he constructed, Rafa'a Samkaha he raised its height, Fasawwaha and perfected it, Wa Aghdasha la Laylaha and its night he covers with darkness, Wa Akhraja Duhaha and its forenoon he brings out,
Wal arda
and the earth, Ba'da after, Zalika that, Dahaha he spreaded it, Dahaha he spreaded it, he spread it, Akhraja and he brought forth, Minha therefore,
Ma'aha
its water, Ma'aha its water, Wa Mar'aha and its pasture, Waljibala and the mountains, Arsaha he has fixed them firmly, to be provision and benefit.
Keep reading.
Okay. Lakum for you, Walin an'amikum and for your cradle, Fa'iza Ja'ati, but when comes Tamatu, the catastrophe, Al-Kubra, greatest.
Okay, Bahudin, you read.
Yawma the day yatazakkaru al-insanu when man shall remember masa'a what he strove for, waburi zatil jahimu and hellfire shall be made apparent in full view, liman yara for one who sees, fa'amma man tagha then as for him who transgressed all bounds, wa asara al hayat dunya and preferred the life of the world.
I said each block separately.
Yes, but the letters were connected. That's
why. You have to read each block separately.
Okay. فَإِنَّ الْجَحِيمَ then verily hellfire here it's al-ma'wa will be
Ma'wa, not mahwa. It's not ha, it's hamza. Al-ma'wa.
Al-ma'wa will be his abode, wa amma man khafa, but as for him who feared Kama standing Rabbihi before his Lord, Wanahan nafsa, and restrained himself anil hawa from evil desires, lust innal jannata, then verily
فإن
paradise,
الجنة
inna jannata, then verily paradise, here it al ma'wa will be his abode.
Good, mashallah. Okay, Haika, you read.
Okay. Yes, Lunaka, they ask you, anil
عن الساعة
anisa'ati, about the hour, ayyana, when, mursaha, when it's winter time, fiha,
فيما
fima, in what position, anta, are you, min zikraha, of to mention it, ila arbika, to your Lord belongs, muntaha, the term therefore,
thereof
thereof, innaha,
إنما
yet,
أنت
you are only, munzikru, a warner, man, for those who,
يخشاها
yakhshaha, feared, ka'annahum, as if they, yoma, the day, Ya'runaha, they see it.
يرونها
Yarawnaha, they see it. Lum ya lab no
يلبثوا
labusun had not tarried
ترد
illa aish
عشية
yata, except in afternoon. Uduhaha, or it's morning.
Good, mashallah. Very nice. Okay, please memorize it. Okay. Oh, Aya was in class too, or did she just join? Aya, would you like to read some of it?
It was always here.
I don't know. I couldn't see you in the list. Would you like to read some of it?
I guess.
Okay. Read this page, inshallah.
With violence by those angels who pull out the
Okay,
souls of
the Arabic first.
Oh, I can't read that.
Okay, then you know what you should read? I will tell you. 1 second. Read the translation. This translation from this point, by those angels
who pull out the souls of the disbelievers, by those who swim gently, by those angels who take up the souls of the believers in a race, and by those angels who press forward swiftly the commands of their Lord, and by those angels who arrange to do, follows it, the trembling one on the day shakes, that day hearts, the second blowing of the trumpet.
follows it. Top of the page.
Oh, wait. I can't see anything else. That's all I see.
Here. Can you see the highlighted part?
Where?
It's showing. Trumpet follows it.
Well, I don't.
Oh, you don't see it? Okay. Okay, it's okay. Excuse me. Just my cough. Okay, so Islamic studies time now, inshallah.
Teacher, my mom would like to have a request from you. Can she talk with you?
if she can get my number from Sister Saba and talk on the phone, because this is a live class and let's focus on studies in this class.
It's book about some.
It's about some requests.
About?
It's about the surah.
Yeah, if she can message me, or I'll put my email address in the chat, and she can, and my phone number, and she can call me or email me, because it doesn't look nice to have these conversations during class. So here is my email address and here is my phone number. Okay, it's in the chat box. Anybody who needs it can note it down. Okay, and you can call me to discuss anything about the studies. Okay,
Thank you, teacher.
no problem. Okay, so Islamic studies time now, inshallah. Where did it go? Oh, my screen froze. My Zoom is stuck for me. 1 second. It's just not opening right now. I think I'll have to log in again or something. It's stuck. Subhanallah. My Zoom got stuck. Okay. So now we can have Islamic studies class, inshallah. I hope it doesn't get stuck again. We studied Shukr. Okay. Today we are studying Surat Ash-Shams. Heka, read Surah Shams.
Okay. Surah?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
الله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والشمس وضحاها والقمر إذا تلاها
إذا تلاها
إذا تلاها والنهار إذا جلاها والليل
والليل
إذا يغشاها
والسماء
والسماء وما بعدها
وما بناها
وما بناها
هم؟
نبه
والأرض
والأرض وما تحتها
وما طهاها
وما طهاها والنفس وما
ونفس وما
نفس
سواها
وما سوفاها فأهماها فجورها وتقواها
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 وتقواها قد أفلح من زكاها
من زكاها
زكاها وقد خاب من
من
دساها
دساها
وقد كذبت
ثمود
ثمود
بطغواها هم؟
بطغواها
هم؟
إذ
إذ انبعث
بعدس أشكاها فقال هم
فقال لهم
قال لهم
رسول الله
رسول الله
ناقة الله
ناقة الله وسقاها
وسقياها
فسقياها
هم؟ فكذبوه
فكذبون
فكذبوه
فكذبوه
هم؟
فعقروا فدم
فدمدم
عليهم ربهم
هم؟
بهم بهم فسواها ولا ولي
ولا يخاف
ولا يخاكم فعقبها
عقباها.
بها
Okay. Read, Haika.
in the name of Allah, most kind, most merciful. 1. By the sun in its brightness, and by the moon when it follows it, and by the day when it shows up the sun's brightness, and the night when it veils it, and by the day and he who built it, and by the earth and he who shaped it, and by the soul and he who perfected it, and inspired it with what is wrong for it and what is good for it. Surely he has succeeded who purifies it. He has failed who corrupts it. The people of Thamud denied the truth, though their overwhelming ignorance. When the most of them was sent forth to hamstring the she-camel, the messenger of Allah said, "Do not harm Allah's she-camel or prevent her from her drink of water." But they denied him and hamstrung.
Continue reading. But they denied him and hamstrung her.
So their Lord brought upon them destruction for their sin and made them equal in destruction, and he does not fear the consequence of doing so.
Yeah, keep reading.
Okay. Surat Ash-Sham begins with the series of
Surat
oaths.
Shams.
Surat Ash-Shams begins with the series of oaths. It is important to note that the Arabic word for sun, Shams, is feminine in Arabic. It therefore takes the feminine pronoun ha. This Quranic tone gives pleasure to the recitation of the surah. One enjoys repeating it and drawing closer to Allah. Verses 8, 9, and 10 reveal a great psychologic fact. Allah has given everyone a consequence of or inner voice. This conscience enables man to distinguish between what is and what is wrong, what is right and what is wrong. The person who learns to listen to his inner voice finds that this voice becomes louder and audible. Such a person achieves success, while the person who feels this voice and remains unminded to
Unmindful to it.
Unmindful to it failed. And remain to
The second
it
part of the
fails.
surah.
The second part of the surah evokes the civilization of Thamud and the ruin of its great city. The Quran tributes the destruction of Thamud to their rejection of the call of their prophet
Prophet Salih alayhi salam.
A rejection that led to the destruction of other people before Thamud as well. The people of Thamud disobeyed their prophet
Salih.
Saleh.
Salih.
They rejected the truth
Alayhi
that
salam.
Islam. They rejected the truth that he came with as the she-camel of Allah, who was his miracle, which Allah has brought forth from a rock as a sign for them and a proof against them that transgressed against her in her drinking, for she had been all he did a day allocated a day to drink, and they had been allocated a day to drink. They slaughtered Allah's she-camel. Nothing was more sinful for them than the killing of unjustified killing of the she-camel by slaying her. They disobeyed Allah and rebelled against him. Of course, led to their destruction. Modern civilization have valuable lessons to learn from the ruined tribe of Thamud.
So, what is it saying? What is the surah saying? This is the entire translation. You have read it. So this surah also begins with a series of oaths. It is important to note that the Arabic word for sun, ash-shams, is feminine in Arabic. It therefore takes the feminine pronoun ha. Okay.
Okay.
So when you are meaning taking Arabic pronoun ha means when you are using it in a sentence at that time. Okay.
Okay.
This Quranic tone gives pleasure to the reciter of the surah because it's rhyming. Waduhaha, talaha, jallaha, yaghshaha, banaha, tahaha. Right? So it's kind of soothing. So it is telling us that the consciousness that Allah has given us, like the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, right? Everybody has a innate inner ability to distinguish between right and wrong, right? So this ability helps us in making the right choices. Okay, but we have to nurture it with the right knowledge. So that's why reading the Quran and understanding the Quran is very important. Then the second part of the surah is talking about the civilization of Thamud and how that their great city got ruined because they rejected the call of the Prophet Salih alayhi salam. Okay, they disobeyed him. They rejected the truth he came with. He told them to not harm the she-camel of Allah, which was a miracle. There was a she-camel that was a miracle of Allah, and they were told not to harm her, but they didn't listen to him. Okay. There was a day then when that she-camel was supposed to drink from the drinking place, and then the people were supposed to drink from that place, because in those days, in the ancient days, there were no places to drink as we have right now, these sinks, these water bottles, these juices. They didn't have these things, right? They had ponds and rivers and these places to drink from, and other such places, reservoirs to drink from, right? So they were told to drink on one day, and the other people were told to, the people of Samud were told to drink on one day, and the she camel was supposed to drink on the other specified days. But they didn't follow this rule. And what else did they? They slaughtered this she camel. So this was very sinful and unjustified. So by slaughtering him, they disobeyed Allah and they rebelled against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that is why the people of Samud were destroyed because of that. So we should learn a lesson from this. What is the lesson that we learn from this is we should not disobey the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that he has mentioned in the Quran. Okay? Okay, let's complete these exercises. Which prophet was Allah sent prophet dash to the people of Samud. Saleh. Allah brought forth the she camel from a
rock.
Okay. The people of Samud rejected the dash that Prophet Saleh came with. Rejected the rejected the miracle. Okay?
Okay.
How can man become successful?
By obeying Allah and
Obeying Allah.
doing good deeds.
Okay. How is Allah she camel? Sorry. Who is Allah she camel? What does her slaying mean?
Slaying means killing.
And who is Allah she camel?
A miracle of Allah.
Of Allah. Okay. Why were the Samud destroyed?
Because
they disobeyed Allah.
What did the most wretched of the Samud do?
Disobey Allah and killing slaughtering the she camel.
Slaying the sheep. Yeah. Learn this surah by heart. Okay? You have to learn this surah by heart.
Okay.
Now, everybody, let's recite this surah again together as a class. Okay, okay, come on. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والشمس وضحاها.
والشمس ضحاها. وضحاها.
Read the rest of it.
والقمر إذا تلاها والنهار إذا جلاها والنهار إذا جلاها والليل إذا يغشاها والسماء وما بناها والأرض وما دحاها ونفس وما سواها سواها فألهمها فجورها وتقواها.
Read, everybody. Nobody wants to read?
Teacher, should I stop reading or keep reading?
I want other people to read as well. All of you read. Aya, Haika.
Kada afalaha man zakkaha.
Man zakkaha. وقد خاب
وقد خاب من دساها كذبت ثمود بدعواها إذ انبعث أشقاها فقال لها الله نكات
والله
الله وسقياها فأكلوها فدمدم عليهم ربهم بذنبهم فسواها ولا يخاف عقباها.
Good, mashallah. Okay. Okay, Allah Hafiz everybody. That's all for today.
Allah Hafiz.